We have got big dreams of transforming our university so that it can be empowered to transform our society, to move our society, to move our people out of poverty in the fastest way possible. And we have got projects through which we want to do this. We want to be a more research-led university. We want to do more research to solve Uganda's and Africa's problems. And of course, the problems of humanity, just like we have solved some before, including the wonderful research in HIV, producing very good products that are helping the entire world to solve the issues of HIV. We have also come up with the innovations in agriculture, in engineering. We were the first to come up with an electric car on the continent, but we believe that we can do this on an even bigger scale, including coming up with a university teaching and research hospital. We are the leaders in tropical medicine, but we don't have a hospital which will assist us to do more research. We want to come up with the Science and Technology and Business Incubation Center, so that this center can help not just our students, but all young people who have got great ideas on producing products that are going to transform our economy, give employment to our people. And of course, we want to come up with a student center so that our students can have a one-stop center where they can solve all the issues that they have. We want also to improve the entire infrastructure, including the accommodation for our students. All this will require our stakeholders to hold our hand, to move together with them for us to be able to realize that. Please, you can follow us on our website, www.mac.ac.ug, and there are special pages there dedicated to 100 years celebrations.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here once again. I can see new faces, and I'm so happy to see those who were with us yesterday. I just want to brief you that we're going to start our program shortly, but in the meantime, we're going to have our fashion show by Mr. Lincoln. Mr. Lincoln, wherever you are, we're expecting you in here within 5 minutes. I hope you're ready. So right after that, we're going to have breakfast, and then we're going to kick off with our official program. So be comfortable, feel at home. By now you can connect, you can network with people. Feel free to stretch a bit, move, greet your neighbor. You look sad and still morning. Good morning. Good morning. Tell your neighbor good morning. Some of you looks like you don't have neighbors. Go sit where you have a neighbor. Tell your neighbor good morning. You're welcome, and thank you so much. Mr. Lincoln, please. You're welcome. Wow, wow, that was spectacular. A big clap for them, please. Thank you, Mr. Owl and the team for their very wonderful performance. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have to break for tea. Our ushers are ready to take you there. It's just on the next tent for those who are new at this place. So we're gonna have 30 minutes break. Right after, we're gonna come back here for our official program. Please go and enjoy.
Makerere University is celebrating 100 years of excellent service to humanity. Over those 100 years, a lot of people have contributed greatly to making Makerere the great university that it is now, including people making sacrifices for land on which the university was built. And we are indebted to these people. Makerere has produced great statesmen, great people in all trades who have moved not just Uganda, but the entire East African and Central African region and the entire continent. We are now celebrating those achievements, and we are looking back and saying, can we leverage those successes to build even more for the future? As we celebrate 100 years, we are calling upon all our stakeholders, particularly our alumni, so that we can more meaningfully contribute to transforming our society. Please, you can follow us on our website, www.mac.ac.ug, and there are special pages there dedicated to 100 years celebrations. So I welcome all of you. I encourage all of you to participate as much as you can.
Banyeba o banyeba,
Banyeba baramusonyeba,
banyeba o banyeba,
Banyeba yo enyeba,
banyeba li banyeba,
baramusonyeba.
anyuele ngonye buzu dumwele mukana,
Banyeba baramusonyeba,
anyuele ngonye bamanande umwele mukana,
Banyeba yo enyeba,
iye nganyuele ngonye marakade umwele mukana,
baramusonyeba,
anyuele ngonye manikade umwele mukana,
Banyeba baramusonyeba,
iye nganyuele ngonye filade umwele mukana,
Banyeba yo enyeba,
iye nganyuele ngonye jelide umwele mukana,
baramusonyeba,
banyeba o banyeba,
Banyeba baramusonyeba,
banyeba li banyeba, adamanana ntamasabunira ndiji fore masabunira ntamasabunira ntemefira masabunira waitogoti gifalamati girabamati gifalamati mbalaga wo mali duniyama alaga wo mali duniyama Sobeyigi ulanana adameyigi adamanana Sobeyigi ulanana adameyigi adamanana ntamasabunira ndidi fore masabunira ntamasabunira ntemefira masabunira oitogoti gifalamati girabamati gifalamati malaga wo mali duniyama alaga wo mali duniyama Sobeyigi ulanana adameyigi adamanana Sobeyigi ulanana adameyigi adamanana ntamasabunira ndidi fore masabunira ntamasabunira ntemefira masabunira waitogoti gifalamati girabamati gifalamati mbalaga wo mali duniyama alaga wo mali duniyama Sobeyigi ulanana adameyigi adamanana Sobeyigi ulanana adameyigi adamanana ntamasabunira ndidi fore masabunira ntamasabunira ntemefira masabunira waitogoti gifalamati girabamati gifalamati malaga wo mali duniyama alaga wo mali duniyama
Ladies and gentlemen, the one coming in is our honorable guest of honor. I humbly request you all to stand. Your Excellency Minister of Internal Affairs, representing His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency the High Commissioner of United Republic of Tanzania to Uganda, members of the diplomatic community, honorable ministers, honorable members of parliament, their vice chairperson and members of the University Council, the members of university management, the family of His Excellency Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, the chairperson and board of directors of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, the board of trustees and board of directors from the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, the student community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to welcome you all on the occasion of the Makerere at 100 and Mwalimu Nyerere at 100 Symposium at the Freedom Square on Friday, 14th October 2022. Happy Nyerere Day. Without any delay, I'd love to keep you all standing for the national anthem.
zetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Makerere, Makerere, we build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. From east and west, from north and south, all voices singing, arise, Makerere. Rise up and rise, high up and high. All voices singing, arise, Makerere. Makerere, Makerere. We build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Do not forget through all the years those who have gone through the gates of Makerere. Give them the pride, give them the joy, all to remember the gates of Makerere. Makerere, Makerere, we build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Those who hear me, seek ye the truth. Build for the future, the great Makerere. Those ye have been, those ye will be. Build for the future, the great Makerere. Makerere, Makerere, we build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee.
Thank you so much, the choir. Honorable Kahinda Otafire, Minister of Internal Affairs, representing His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of Republic of Uganda, members of the High Table, protocol observed. Right now on stage, I would love to invite Honorable Margaret Ziwa from Uganda Management Institute for opening remarks. Please, a big clap for her as she joins the podium.
Our chief guest, Honorable Minister Kahinda Otafire, you are most welcome to this great symposium as we celebrate 100 years at Makerere University, and also as we celebrate the Nyerere, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere Center. We are proud to have you, along with all of you distinguished participants, delegates, and members of the university. I'm Margaret Natongoziwa, Right Honorable Margaret Natongoziwa, representing the Uganda Management Institute Council, Governing Council, who are partners with the Makerere Center, Leadership Center, and collaborate in undertaking this very important responsibility of grooming leaders. Allow me to associate myself directly with Makerere University and seizing the opportunity to congratulate the Vice Chancellor and the leading team, the council, the governing council, upon the centenary celebrations. And we are proud that you've accorded us a span of activities where each one of us can have an opportunity to fit in. I want to say congratulations, Makerere University, over the 100-year mark of existence and dedicated knowledge production. Indeed,
I thought that before I delve in the task given to me by Uganda Management Institute, I would feel cheated if I don't talk about myself as an alumna of Makerere University. Vice Chancellor, sir, I feel proud and privileged to be an alumna of Makerere University. The 3 levels of training and education I acquired as an economist, as a teacher, and as a woman empowerment promoter is all from Makerere University. I entered the gates of Makerere in 1983 for a bachelor's degree in economics, and I graduated in 1986. In 1988, again, I entered Makerere University to train as a teacher under the postgraduate diploma in education. In 1993, I again pursued a master's in women's studies at the newly established Department of Women's Studies then. I indeed went on to do other studies. I went to the University of Stirling to pursue a doctorate, but I think the training and the grounding I got from Makerere University enabled me to succeed in pursuing that level, and I want to attribute that to Makerere University. Thank you very much. Even where we've been as women empowerment promoters and later forerunners of the gender mainstreaming programs in government, I wish to take the opportunity to thank the great lecturers for the dedication that made us who we are. Specifically, I don't want to get away without mentioning, some of them are seated right here in this forum, but I will mention, for instance, Professor Duma Sentamu, Dr. Jeremy Nasemogerere, Mr. Walugembe Musoke, Dr. Cheng, among us others. Those were in the Department of Economics. They made me who I am. In the Department of Education, Professor Sekamwa, Dr. Lugumba, Dr. Ankata, among us others, made me a good teacher, and I feel proud about that. Of course, in the Department of Women's Studies, we cannot overlook the work of Professor Victoria Mwaka, Dr. Kasente, Dr. Sengendo, Professor Munene, Professor Kwesiga, among us others. I thought I should bring out that so that at least you know that you are cherished, you are loved, and we feel proud to have you. Allow me also to salute the academic and non-academic staff who have been at the fulcrum of this great university since its inception. We are who we are because of these great men and women who transformed us into women of substance, national leaders, Pan Africanists, and above all, leaders who have become drivers of development and change agenda in Uganda and in the region. Indeed, during my time as a member of Parliament for Kampala, and I served in that office for over 10 years, I recall that we had a lot of interaction and support from the university itself. At the time, Professor Sebufu was the Vice Chancellor, but we had leaders like Professor Byarugaba, Dr. Teresa Kakoza, Mr. Baguma. These made significant inroads in making Makerere and helping in its well-being. We salute all of them. I was a young leader at the time, but I remember picking a lot of leaves from them, and I want to salute them. At the moment, I want to salute the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, and all his team, Madam Chair of the University Council. We salute you about the transformation which has happened in Makerere University over the years. I know the young team is experiencing better facilities and amenities because of your hard work and entrepreneurial outlook. Thank you very much. We, as Uganda Management Institute, we salute and congratulate Makerere University. We laud the Mwalimu Julius Nyerere Leadership Center under the leadership of Dr. Nasozi Mwanga, the Executive Director, and thank you for organizing. You remember that one, eh? Thank you for putting together this very important symposium, and also putting together the team of panelists who are going to interrogate this important theme of Pan-Africanism, imagining together an African future led by the African youth. It is gratifying that Mwalimu Julius Nyerere is one of the first Pan-Africanists we know. He advocated so vigorously for the youth to take up leadership and drive the African agenda. Identifying leaders and training them was one of his key responsibilities at the time. I want also to mention that today in Uganda Management Institute, identifying leaders and training them is one of the key mandates of Uganda Management Institute, and has over the years professionalized many public servants and others from the private sector to deepen management skills application in the management of public affairs. This resonates very well with Mwalimu Julius Nyerere philosophy of leaders are made, not born. And in each of us, there is an ability to lead. So this school of thought has been supported over the years in many African management areas and leadership universities. And because of this, the society we are looking at today is putting forward impeccable leaders. And we are proud that some of us who are standing before you are part of that philosophy. The leadership and governance values of integrity, transparency, accountability now form part of the core modules of training in the Uganda Management Institute. And I know here at Makerere University and at Mwalimu Julius Nyerere Leadership Center. This is against that backdrop that universities take special responsibilities of generating knowledge, and this does through the teaching and research. It is true that at the turn of independence, many African countries had very few graduates. Some of the statistics quote it to less than 10%. I may not give you the source, but I know, I've read it all over the place, that there were very, very few graduates at the time of independence. That is around 1962, 63. Maybe some had about 2 or 3. But I want to say that many of those who were graduates at the time were youth. And these came forth to make sure that after colonialism, they are able to take over and do what we call self-rule. And this is where the ideology of Pan-Africanism had to be inculcated. Several youth identified for training and in leadership truly made an impact. Some came over and formed political parties, others joined them, and this was mainly to help them in getting ideological grounding, and more so, making sure that they are able to take on leadership in the respective countries. The proposed the proposal by Mwalimu Julius Nyerere of proposing a university exchange program of both the lecturers and students worked perfectly well in the formation of leaders and creating African unity. We saw several African leaders coming to Makerere University, for instance, and definitely Mwalimu Julius Nyerere is one of such examples. I remember His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. I remember His Excellency President Mwai Kibaki. These are East African great leaders, and they all had an opportunity to come to the grounds of Makerere University. We take pride that even to date, some of the responsibilities of the institutions and organs of the East African community, like the Inter-University Council of East Africa, is exactly promoting this exchange program. I want just to emphasize that we at the Uganda Management Institute will continue to train leaders. And the fact that we are ISO 9001 certified, we shall work with the training institutions to continue offering leadership and governance training, especially for the fresh graduates and the new entrants in public service. We will continue to partner with the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center and to collaborate in training other youth in leadership through training, public dialogue, and symposiums. We want also to emphasize that let's continue to promote the regional integration agenda, particularly under the East African community, where the form of African unity blocks is inculcated. Let's support the mediums that promote the integration of the East African community, particularly the 4 pillars which are stipulated in the East African Community Treaty are very, very key in integrating our people, particularly the youth. For instance, under the Customs Union, under the Common Market, under the Monetary Union, there is an emphasis on movement, free movement of people, free movement of goods and services, enhanced trade, and in there, we know for sure that the East African community will foster the oneness of the people, and ultimately we shall achieve the African unity. We want also to emphasize the common language promotion, particularly as it is one of the fundamentals of uniting our people. The Kiswahili language is one of such languages which is acknowledged to unite many East Africans. Let us promote it. I want to salute the Kiswahili Commission in Zanzibar. This is where it is situated, the East African Community Kiswahili Commission, which is responsible for preservation and enhancement of the use of the Kiswahili language. We should support them. I want also to laud the government of Uganda, amongst many of the governments who are promoting the use of Kiswahili. In Uganda, definitely, we are lagging behind. We did not actually know many Kiswahili words. But to date, it is being taught both in primary and secondary, and it has been integrated in the syllabus. And we thank our government, because this is where our youth must look if we want them to freely move and acquire jobs anywhere in the region. They must know, they must communicate. Look at our media houses. If you want to go to NTV, Nairobi, to read the news in Swahili, at least you must know. And under the East African community, it's free competition. A Ugandan and a Kenyan and a Tanzanian will freely compete for those jobs. So they must have the same footing as they start. We want to continue working towards those elements which unite us. For instance, the education. For instance, the health. For instance, research, and many others, security. Those are the fundamentals which we must work on so that our youth take up leadership which is already worked on. I want to conclude by thanking the Nyerere Leadership Center for organizing this symposium. And as we know that we in academia, we are partly responsible for generating knowledge, let us find time to document some of the experiences and bring as many as possible the youth to be able to promote this. I bring you salutations again from Uganda Management Institute, and together we are going to make this responsibility of promoting youth in leadership a success for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Honorable Margaret Ziwa, for the welcome remarks. Honorable Chief Guest, members of the high table, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in front of you is Miss Lillian Mpondachuma, the student at Makerere University, pursuing biomedical laboratory technology from College of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Resources, and Biosecurity. Before proceeding, I would love to acknowledge our members and delegates from almost 15 countries of Africa. Do we have members from Tanzania? Members from Congo? Members from Somali? Members from Burundi? Members from Comoro? Members from Sudan? Members from Nigeria? Members from Kenya? Members from Rwanda? Members from Cameroon? Members from Equatorial Guinea? Members from South Africa? Members from Uganda? Members from India? And the rest of Africans, please. So right now, I'd love to call upon Dr. Nansozi Mwanga, the Executive Director of Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, so that she can take the lead. Please, Doctor, welcome. A big clap for her as she joins the podium, please.
Today I made it a point not to sit next to Owl, who yesterday took my speech and my handkerchief. Your Excellency, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Aziz Mlima, Your Honorable Kahinda Otafire, Minister of Internal Affairs, Honorable Ministers present, Honorable Members of Parliament, including our previous speaker, the Chairperson of Makerere University Council, Mrs. Lona Magara, the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, and represented today by Professor Omaru Kakumba, the family of His Excellency Mwalimu Nyerere, the Chairperson and Board of Directors of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, Mzee Butiku, the Board of Trustees, Board of Directors, and colleagues from the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, the student community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor this morning to invite Mzee Butiku to give his tribute to Mwalimu Nyerere today. Mr. Joseph Warioba Butiko is one of the founders and the chairman of the board of trustees at the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation in Tanzania. He is both the national and regional civil society forum chairperson, chairperson of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region. In his long public service career, he has served as personal assistant, research of the late Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. He has also rose to the post of principal private secretary and the chief of staff and personal envoy of President Nyerere at State House. It's therefore the right person today to give us a tribute of Mwalimu Nyerere and to give us his thoughts. Yesterday, I think all of you who are here heard one of our participants and panelists calling out to Mwalimu. If he was here today, what would he think about this? If he was here today, what would he do about this? Ms. Stella Agara. But we now will hear it from the horse's mouth, as it were, with Mzee Butiko giving his tribute. Welcome, Mzee Butiko.
Honorable Otafire, Minister for Home Affairs of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Dr. Aziz, High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania to Uganda, Dr. Mwanga, Executive Director of this institution, fellow guests and visitors to this symposium, and I think I should take it over from Dr. Mwanga to say the list of distinguished guests which she made, I also do recognize. And they have proposed that protocol is observed. First, I want to say, before I talk about Mwalimu, I'll talk about you. Because Mwalimu was a man of the people. And the institutions like the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation and the Mwalimu Nyerere Center, Leadership Center, Makerere University and all other universities which are this country, 45 of them in Tanzania, and even governments, ministries, ministers, according to Mwalimu, were there to serve the people. They were institutions of the people. There's one point I want to start with, but then I'm going to elaborate it a little bit. Second point I want to make, I was also here 61 years ago. I don't know whether Honorable Tafure will remember. 61 years ago, I was here also doing a degree in economics, geography, and history. And I was resident in University Hall. And for those members of Kenya, we had a special relationship in, Northcote Hall. And we all met at Wandegea for a beer, bottle of beer, a glass of beer. And of course, all other people were there, including beautiful girls who were there around Wandegea. And I was so shy then, I never made a friend. So that's my story here. And from here, I was picked by a state house, and I stayed there almost forever throughout my life as a public officer, working with President Nyerere, President Mwinyi in State House, and then President Mkapa, and then President Kikwete in the region as provincial commissioner, party, regional party secretary of my party. I fought an election, Honorable Tabe, I fought an election and I won. As a member of the National Executive Committee, and that's how I qualified to become a regional party secretary. If you're not elected by the Congress to become a member of the National Executive Committee, in those days you'll never make it as a regional party secretary. You know, through change I became, what is it, ex-officio member of the parliament. But let me not bother you with that. Paying tribute to Mwalimu. I did not know what to say, I must admit here. But look at the board there, those boards there. You can see what is written. From here, from there, up to the end. If you are there close, you read what is written there about Mwalimu. And also try and remember those who were here yesterday, what was said about Mwalimu. What was he? An ordinary human being, like you and me. First point, and he believed in that. He was an ordinary human being like you and me. And for him, it was a belief. That's point number one. At the foundation, Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, which helped to create in 1996, we were, I don't think we were the first, there are others, but we paid a tribute to him, saying we were establishing the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation as a tribute to him. For what? From promoting cordial human relations sustainably. Promoting cordial human relations sustainably. Where? In his home, where he was born at Butiama. In his tribe, later on. In the country, he tried to create and tell you a story, a little story, how he did it. In Africa and in the world. And should you be able to follow his footsteps in all those areas at different times of his life, you'll be able to see his contribution. It's a long story. It's a very long story. And for initiatives like this one, and for the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, it's a story that needs research, inquiry, dialogue, reflection, and therefore conclusion. And you can see from what was said yesterday, and some of the things which he said, the work which he left behind us for all us to do. Read one that one. the measure of a country is so. There's a program. There's a project area. And there are so many of those. But what did he say himself? This is the most important part. I want to read to you. Instead of talking about what we know about this man, and that is normal, let's hear what he said himself, about himself, and how he wanted us to know him. This is when he made a speech, when he was launching the foundation almost at a dinner function in Dar es Salaam in September 1996, in the presence of President Mkapa. He said, I'm going to read this slowly and carefully. There are many good and honest people who believe that those ideas in this country, he was talking about Tanzania, but you can say it in Uganda, which are associated with my name, are now dead and should be properly buried. You'll not be surprised to hear that I disagree. Why? Great ideas do not die so easily. They continue nagging. And every human society in history ignores them at its own peril. And I can say, listen to that one, I can say this without inhibition or pretended modesty, because in a very real sense, they are not my ideas. They are not my ideas. I never invented them. I'm simply a believer, like many other believers in the world and in human history. What did he believe in? I believe in the equality and dignity of all human beings and the duty to serve. Their well-being as well as their freedom in a peaceful and cooperative society. I am an ardent believer in the freedom and well-being of the individual. As I speak to you now, I am asserting, not me, him, I am asserting my own individuality. But I also believe that what makes sense to my individuality is a sense of community and fellowship with all other human beings, wherever they may be. Then he says these following words in Swahili. Binadamu wote ni ndugu zangu. Binadamu wote ni ndugu zangu. All human beings are, I think, my brethren, something like that. And he continued to say, that was not something that was said lightly. It came from a firm and profound belief in the nature and dignity of the animal, capital A, called the human beings, capital H. I repeat, he repeats, those ideas are not mine, but I'm a believer. I have articulated them and will continue to articulate them with passion. End of quote. He continues. End of quote. That is Nyerere describing himself. What he was and what he wanted us to know about him. He made it public before he died. And as far as I remember, the first statement he made himself, about himself, a summary of his autobiography. You can use it for other purposes. That is the man we are here to pay tribute to. What did he say to the foundation that he established? Professor Kabwejere, they are members of the, maybe members of the board. Can you stand so that they see with whom I came here? Members of the board and the secretariat, can you stand? Thank you. Two elderly ones and several young ones. Thank you very much. Including me at 84. Including me at what? 84. Why don't you clap for me? So that is the man, and that's what it is. The foundation. Many things about, two things about the foundation. Why the foundation? Three words from him, three words. We wrote books and books and papers, and he came out and summarized all those in three words. A foundation for peace, a foundation for unity, a foundation for people-centered development, that whatever people do, it should serve them themselves, and it should come from themselves. That is the meaning of development. Not from other people can be helped, but basically from you, for the benefit of you, and for the benefit of the rest of the community around you, small and big. It could be nations, it could be East Africa, it can be Africa, it can be the world. Three words. So we are celebrating. Somebody was able to capture, and he gave a reason. He told me, and when I tell you, I'm not bragging, he really told me, I was his assistant. Joseph, you have written so many big books and long papers. It's three words. And the question he put me, and the question I want to put to you, he said, what do you think I, as Julius Nyerere and as president, working with other leaders in the world, and the people of this world, and the people of Tanzania, what do you think we were working for? Don't you think it was peace? I said, yes, I think so. Not unity? I think so. And not people-centered development? I said, I think so. Who doesn't accept those three? I said, I was not sure. The question from Nyerere to you now this morning, as we think about him, who doesn't accept those three? That life is about peace, life is about unity, life is about development for all of you from your sweat, using your brain and your physical strength and the environment around you. So when you use your capital, this head, when you use the environment as it was given to us by God, you combine those two capitals, and that is the capital. Is it capitalist? Yes. It is capitalist. How can you develop without capital? This capital, that capital. That was Nyerere. Specifically about groups. I'm sorry I was given 15 minutes, but I have to tell you this story, otherwise then I have to link it with this center, because when President Makerere was created, he invited me here to establish the center. And I know what he said. And I'm going to repeat it here. Because that is going to govern the relationship between this center and us at the foundation. When he was here in 1944, at the age of 22, he wrote a book, Uhuru wa Wanawake. He wrote about the women's freedom at 22. Recognizing that they were human beings like man, and they should be recognized and treated like that they are human beings. They have rights and obligations. 1942. And this is what he said in Swahili. It's just a story. Wanawake wa Kiafrika usemi wao ni kidogo. Women in African women have little say. Mume utoa amri. The men will give instructions. Is that so? I don't know whether I guess the one that's true. And the women are supposed to obey. That was Nyerere. In so many tribes in this area, it's a shame for the men to listen to the advice of women. Is that true? That women cannot make any important decisions. That was what he was saying. Is that true? He said no. He rejected that. He said, who is this woman? They are not allowed to participate in big things like politics, to own land. And he said that was all that, and the rest which he wrote in that book, unacceptable to him. Women, I don't see enough clapping for that man. And I can see the men clapping a little bit reluctantly. That was his position. 1942, and you know when he starts, he talks about the world and links it with the men. And he admits, whom is he talking about? Men and women in his own tribe. So he was talking about our tribe, Nema. Nema comes from the area like me, Mzanaki. I share with Mwalimu most of what he said about women those days, and I still share his sentiments today. And in the name of peace, unity, and people-centered development, that's what the foundation is sharing. I hope this is what the center is sharing also. That was Mwalimu. People say, talk about liberation and so on and so on and so forth. But let me tell you a story about his courage. When he went to Addis Ababa, he was the first to make the last to make the statement about OU, Casablanca, what, so many other things. But if you read the book, he was the last to make this. He was a reconciliatory person, a visionary man. It is him who said, let's forget about these groupings. And actually, let's forget about these borders. Let's concentrate on Africa, the Africa we want. A free, united Africa. So that it does two things. One, to fight to liberate itself. Those areas which are still under colonialism. Two, to fight for their economic independence. Phase one, how did he do it? He knew the enemy. So he said, I'm going to go to the leader of the enemy group and to face them and talk to him. So he went to Kennedy, President Kennedy, to share with him his view that all human beings are equal and deserve rights. And to tell him that there were white people like Kennedy who were diffusing people in the non-liberated areas, Mozambique and the rest of them. They are saying they are not human and they don't worth they don't deserve to be independent. So he asked Kennedy, do you share this view of those people with? He said, no. Do you agree that we are human? Yes. Aren't you who said here, America, everybody is born equal and said, isn't it you? Yes. Didn't you fight a war of liberation here? He said, yes. Why are you saying we can't say? He said, not me. He said, okay, can you help us in two ways? One, that tell those brothers of ours, and they're also my brothers and sisters, that we deserve to be free. So that we are going to negotiate to be free. One. Two, we will negotiate that one peacefully. But if they refuse, Mr. President, don't be surprised that you're going to do a little bit of fighting. And please, don't support them. Just be neutral. Despite that they were kind. Would you accept that? He said, yes. He knew that there was going to be a little bit of fight, so that's why in Addis Ababa, he promised his friend, President Algeria, say, Bembera. No. Yeah, Bembera. He said, brother, in this war we are going to be, I can assure you, Tanzania is going to contribute a little bit of fighting. We'll offer to die a little in order to make our contribution. So Tanzania contributed in terms of materials and blood in order to liberate our brothers and sisters in Southern Africa. And I'm glad many of you, including Uganda here, they supported us. And when it became necessary, when it became absolutely necessary, he worked with his brothers here and sisters here to get rid of Amin, the killer, dictator. In Uganda, yesterday when I was coming to Entebbe, I was telling my driver here, look, when you have peace, you see what happens here? The Waganda have built up their country since then. So let's congratulate Waganda and Honorable Otafire did participate in that struggle. Sir, thank you very much for what you did. And Kabojera, I know you did. You were in Moshi, several other people. I'm not going to mention all of them. And Museveni was there. Museveni is my friend. He's my young brother. We housed him. We worked with him. I've never seen such a tolerant person who never gives up the struggle. Despite all the negatives in the world, he never gave up. I know him. He never gave up. And I keep on telling my young brothers and sisters, I don't have that courage, the courage which that man had. I don't have it. So we should congratulate him. I know there are yes and no's here and there. Lakini Waswahili wanasema, asiye na macho. If you have the eyes, you'll see. If you close them, you don't see. The last one I want to make, that covers the whole period about liberation and so on and so forth. When he was leaving, he established a commission. Leaders in the non-aligned movement, 77 countries in Lusaka, in Zimbabwe, they asked him to establish a commission on his own to look at the countries of the South, the performance, the economic performance, and make proposals on how to improve their lot. He did it. And between 1987 In 1990, he completed that task and was able to offer to his colleagues a report. The challenge to the South, the report of the South Commission. How many of you have read it? How many of you have read it? I want to see. Oh. All these countries from India and so on and so on. I know he went to India and so on. Most of these countries with this report. So we've not read it. Ika, it's your program. They have not read it. It has 6 chapters. One on you must know the world. A divided world and a world in transition. If you look at the world, what it is today, that's exactly what it is. Do we know how much do we know it about it, this world? World of arms, fighting. That's chapter number 1. Chapter number 2, you must know the South. Uganda is your part of the South, Tanzania is part of the South. How much do we know about ourselves? What do you say? I see you discussing with Tanzania what you said. Very little. What do you say to the rest of the world? Very little. President Museveni talks a lot about what Uganda sells. And there are ideas here that they should not even allow rice from Tanzania to come here. And the president is resisting. I don't know, it might cost him somehow. So there is some work to be done by the politician to say that kind of relationship is good. It is a brother-sister relationship when you exchange goods. That's what she was talking about here. Regional integration. Meaningless if you don't sell rice to one another. Meaningless if you don't sell potatoes, cotton, shoes. If you're not industrialized, meaningless. Absolutely meaningless. So that's what he was advising her to do. At the national level, that's the South. We don't know about one another. India, so on and so forth. China. We are all part of the South. In relation what? To the North. What is the North? What is the South? Do we know the difference? Young people, do you know the difference between North and South? In terms of power, economic, in terms of power, political, in terms of power, influence. CNN, BBC, if they say Boutique was lying in Uganda today, that would be the story. And you won't manage it, that will be the story. If they pick any of you here and say you're a liar, that will be the story. Are we aware of that influence? Do we have arms to fight the Americans? It's a world of arms and military power and economic power. Nyerere made an analysis, and there is a chapter about national development or people-centered development, the national dimension. There is a huge chapter. And all these issues we are talking about, education and so on and so forth, they are there, including agriculture. In those days. And then there is a chapter about South-South, there is a chapter about North-South, there is a chapter about what do we do now? The young people were talking about it. What do we do now? They don't understand the elders. Mzee Otafire, they were telling us yesterday, young people from here, they don't understand you. Yeah, when I say you, or people of my age, they never understood Kabwejere yesterday. And they were completely frank. We don't understand you people. And I agreed with them to a large extent. We are unemployed. It is you who are responsible. And the others say no. I say yes, it is us. Who never taught them about what employment is. Who gave them an education which is probably irrelevant to their situation today. An education which simply draws people from the rural areas where there is wealth, land, trees, and malls and so on, and gather them in Kampala here to do retail trade, selling potatoes and so on, which they don't produce in their own acres. So what did Mwalimu say all about this? my conclusion to you as a tribute to him. We all live on one world, one planet, Ugandans and everybody, Americans and whoever, Chinese and the rest, on one planet. The question is, his question, if you get richer and I'm getting poor, and I'm poor when you are rich, don't you think there is something to discuss between us? If you are rich and I'm poor, and I'm poor because you are rich. Those are his own phrases. Don't you think there is a question of, so the youth are saying, if we are unemployed and you are employed in your offices and you have a salary and a car, don't you think, ladies and gentlemen, there is something to discuss? I say yes, there is something to discuss. But the discussion should be orderly. The discussion should be what? Even in political terms, the discussion must be orderly. Why? Because we are sisters and brothers. Mwalimu says, binadamu wote ni ndugu zangu. So why are you quarreling? Why are you quarreling when in political parties? Why are you quarreling? Ndugu na ndugu. Unless you don't believe that you are jirani yako ni ndugu. Unless you don't believe that jirani yako, you are equal to him, he is a human like you, then what is the me about? And what is the him about? Why not us in discuss and agree? For the North, the rich, the question is the same. When we were fighting for independence, it became necessary to dialogue with those in power to agree that we deserve to be free and independent. And they agreed. Where they refused a little, there was a little bit of fighting. Phase 2 of Africa's independence, Nyerere asks. Phase 2, the economic independence. Is it going to be dialogue or confrontation? That is the message for Africa. I'll repeat that one. For this center, when you are going to train our leaders, the world is one, we're all there. Some are rich, some are poor, and we are disadvantaged, yet we are brothers and sisters. Humanity is one, we are all equal, and we all deserve rights. Is it going to be a world where some get richer every day, and the others are getting poor every day? Where our young people are going to get to be unemployed, where there is no industry, and where we cannot sell our goods. And for East Africa, where it takes so long to operationalize the common market. So long. And we have ministers who are members of parliament. They take so long. Kabwerijeri was there. I don't know why they took so long during that time. Is it going to be by dialogue or confrontation? Nyerere is no longer with us, but he left us for Tanzania, and a country of an example, a very peaceful country, very peaceful, very united, where we are all trying to develop as one, as family, all of us. And it's a very difficult road. And I think he made it. They say it was failure. Was it? We enjoy so much peace. Yeah, we have a lot of unity. You see, I'm dressed better than I was in 1947 when I went to school. So let's all remember all those for Nyerere and what he left for Africa. For this. Lastly, about this center, 2018, President Museveni had this idea. You know what he said? They wanted to give it my name. Somebody read this letter here the other day. Somebody wanted to give this foundation, this center my name. I said no. Why? because Mwalimu has done it all. Is that true? That means the center and the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation and the countries which we represent, and we are here celebrating for 2 days, we share a common vision. And we are going to work together to make sure that common vision is realized in practical programs and practical projects. And for all in the name of peace, unity, and the development of all our people. Thank you.
My neighbor told me that we made a mistake, that for the over 60s there should be a rail. And I just realized that, yes, we had. Thank you very much, Mzee Butiku. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Mrs. Nema Nyerere Drago. She's the niece of the late Mwalimu Nyerere. She's here with her brother, Matare Joseph Nyerere, his wife, Sharifa Sinda, and they represent the family on this occasion. So I'd like to invite her to the podium to give us her tribute as a family and a message as a family to the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sozi. Honorable Minister for Internal Affairs, His Excellency, the Ambassador of the United Republic of Tanzania, Ambassador Aziz, distinguished guests, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be standing before you and to bring greetings from the family of Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, whom I represent here today. On behalf of the family, we would like to express our appreciation and thanks and gratitude for the creation of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center and this symposium, which is marking the Makerere centenary and Mwalimu Nyerere centenary. It is a great honor to see the respect that is given to Mwalimu in Uganda, and that the creation of the center could have been named after His Excellency, President Yoweri Museveni, and yet he thought it wise to make Mwalimu Nyerere, to make a tribute to him by giving this center his name. It is a great honor for us to see the continuation of his ideals here in Uganda, for the people of Uganda, for the people of Africa and the world. So we thank you very much for that. I would like to say a few things. I've been given 15 minutes, but I thought it would be right to just pick a little on what has been said since we started yesterday. And some were really hammered quite well by Mzee Butiku and his tribute to Mwalimu this morning. I would like to tell some stories. And I will tell maybe 3 stories. One actually triggered me to think that I should tell stories from something that I watched yesterday on the news. I think the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation was broadcasting this event, and there was something on the news about it. And there was a gentleman who was interviewed. Unfortunately, I did not pick his name. And he paid tribute to Mwalimu recognizing his vision as a visionary leader. But then he said Mwalimu's policies were bad. So it made me think, why would you? Unfortunately, he was not given time to expound on this statement. So I can't say whether he's right or he's wrong. But what I can say is that as a family, we lived Mwalimu's ideals at home and as a community. And those ideals and those beliefs are what have shaped some of us to who we are today. Pan-Africanism. We lived Pan-Africanism. Why? Because we had shared values with our fellow Africans who were fighting for independence in Mozambique, in Angola, and in other countries which were still under foreign rule. Why? Because they came to Tanzania, they lived there, and we went to school with them. And we became friends with them. And that friendship led to family, undugu. And if I tell you, today, I feel Ugandans are my brothers and sisters. I feel Mozambicans are my brothers and sisters. Angolans are my brothers and sisters because we shared their cause. It became ours. So whatever little that we had to share, we didn't mind because we were sharing with our brothers and sisters. And I believe those ideals in our generation, what is it, our generation Y, Z, what is it? The young were talking about us yesterday. Generation Y and generation, the baby boomers, is still very much in our thinking. It has shaped who we are today. So I cannot argue against what this gentleman said, but I just want to share these, which emanated from Mwalimu's beliefs that we needed to have shared values, first and foremost, and to have shared characteristics in order to have the unity that he so much stood for. That is one story. Another story is when we were growing up, we used to be taken from our schools to go and teach the elderly. When Tanzania had launched, I think it was the universal primary education, or education for all, elimu ya watu wazima, sorry. It was education for the elderly in its campaign to reduce the illiteracy rate. We used to go and teach those elderly. We used to be taken from the schools and sent places, centers, and teach. What has that done to me today as a human being and as a Tanzanian and as an African? As a Tanzanian, I felt I was part and parcel of this political project to take us forward. So our people would learn to write and read, all of them. I was a part and parcel of that, as little as I was. And that has shaped me today. So today I can stand with pride that I am Tanzanian and I have an identity. My identity was given to me by the environment, my circumstance, and as I said, from a small, tender age or young age to today, because then we were taken to, as I said, to schools to teach, and then we lived the liberation struggles on a daily basis, so it's part and parcel of us. Oh. And then another story is, or rather now I would rather maybe look now into the issues that we have before us. Our young who were here yesterday, professionals, they expressed their concerns. Some appreciated. I'm still trying to answer that gentleman's statement about Mwalimu's policies being bad. Yesterday there were several views here, and Zebutiku, I think he reiterated this during his speech. The youth seem to be lost. They know what they don't want, but they don't know what they want. This is the message I'm taking from the youth that you talk to. And when you don't know what you don't want, is a good thing, but when you don't know what you want, it can be dangerous. And not knowing what you want is because you don't know where you're coming from. So having your history entrenched in the very fabric of society. Our sister from South Africa yesterday talked about South Africans, referring to us Africans as as distinct from the rest. South Africans being distinct from the rest of Africa. And for me, that is very dangerous because you don't know where you're coming from. The liberation struggles that we lived as Tanzanians and the rest of the African countries together, we would hear those stories at home. We would see Mwalimu, how concerned he was about these other nations that were still struggling. So today when I hear my fellow African from South Africa referring to me as African, which is distinct from them, it hurts me. And I wonder what needs to be done in order to reverse that so they too will know that we are all on the same boat. We are all Africans. Our fate is one. Our fate is one, and this was proven during the pandemic. It said even yesterday. We all found ourselves in the same basket. We are no longer important. We no longer had a voice to determine or to craft our cause. No longer. We were all put in one big basket. No access to vaccines and the like. So we still have those values though. And it's just a matter of bridging now that gap. And the good thing is we still have the elderly, the likes of Mzee Butiku, Professor Makerere, who remember. I think what he shared with us today is extremely important, really, to take us back to when things were different. And then there's us, a generation that came after them. And then the young ones, Generation Z. And then those that are to come. So that is one. Now, I would like to just give some practical, maybe share some practical aspects. I don't know whether you have read my biography, but I worked with the intellectual property organization in Geneva for 17 years. And some of you in this room probably know what intellectual property is all about. But what I'm sure that many do not know is that intellectual property is that bridge. It can bring you closer to knowledge that is already available out there. Why am I opening this parenthesis? This is to hammer on what shall we do with our youth. They do not know what they want, but we can guide them to understand what it is that may be useful for them. And then they will take that baton themselves and move forward, as I think Mzee Butiku has been trying to insist on. So innovation, and the ambassador was also very adamant on that yesterday. Innovation, creativity, science and technology. I believe science and technology and innovation is one vehicle, if I may call it that way, that can propel us to the future that we all want to get to. The knowledge-based economy everyone is talking about today, it's about what's in your head. But the good thing is, what's in other people's heads, it's also out there for us to access. And then you put one and one together, you get your two. So I have my brain. Professor Ikaweba Banting shared an anecdote yesterday about someone who helped them with a vehicle. They had a breakdown. And this gentleman from the bush, living in a village, if I remember correctly, he came to their rescue. And how he managed to put things together. I don't know what it was, some fiber. And he managed to resolve the mechanical problem that they were facing. So in other countries, that gentleman could have been picked and put in a center to bring out that talent, that innovative ability out, harnessed within the framework that is in that country. But we have failed to see that as a value, monetary value. We don't see that ability to innovate and create as the assets that we need to go into the knowledge-based economy. And here, I would challenge the university, not just Makerere, any other university. Universities are the generators of knowledge. But the knowledge that we're generating, does it end up resolving the mechanical, woes that Professor Ikaweba Banting was faced with? Or does it resolve our access to technology? Does it resolve our e-governance desires and needs? Or do we have to import technologies from the West? And you don't know what's in that technology that you're importing. They could very well know exactly what you're saying, exactly how you're communicating with one another. But we have our youth, and 57%, we were told yesterday, in sub-Saharan Africa below the age of 30, if I remember correctly. That's a power tool. So that power tool and access to knowledge, I think universities and academic institutions have a very important role to play. Transform our way of generating knowledge, not just for theory. I know Makerere is doing quite a number of, I've seen a number of initiatives with the agricultural Faculty of Agriculture, where there's a lot of innovation that is taking place, plant varieties, improved varieties, agricultural implements that are created within the university setting, then should be expanded so that we have access to knowledge that is out there. And I will tell you, accessing someone else's knowledge is not a crime under intellectual property, because intellectual property provides that bridge to access knowledge. There's so much out there that we can use. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. India, I was surprised to hear that India is the world's #1 producer of generic drugs. Do you know generic drugs just come for existing patents which have lapsed? So anyone in this room with that background can access those technological information or to produce drugs without having to invest in trials and what have you that is required in order to obtain a patent. Patents are out there in millions. And all our countries are member states of these bodies that are custodians of these databases. So I'm just challenging the university, really, to go an extra mile and to transform knowledge into tangible technological products that we need for our industries and for our economies. We can't run away from knowledge-based economy. We can't go to outer space. We're not ready to go out there. We need to dominate our resources right here, as given to us by God. And we have manpower to dominate our resources. So, to conclude, I would just like to conclude by saying that, and I don't know whether this will answer my brother's remarks about Mwalimu's policies not being good. And our late President Magufuli, he was only president for 1 term, and I think 1 year after re-election. But when you look at how he achieved in that short period of time he was heading our government, our nation, is amazing. It took a political will. But President Magufuli was walking in Mwalimu's footsteps, and he said it. All those projects, the hydroelectrical project which Mwalimu wanted way back. Mzee Butiku would know more. He wanted it. It was called Stigler's project at the time, in order to increase our electricity output and reduce our production costs so that we can compete in international markets. It was sabotaged. The dynamics of the time were not the same dynamics that we see today. So did he fail? Did he fail? It's a question that I'm leaving to the floor to reflect on. Thank you.
Well, that was very informative, spectacular, brilliant, phenomenal from our speakers. A big clap for them, please. Are we tired? Are we? Since we're not tired, right in front of you, I would love to invite Hakim Sematimba, an entertainer with a poem named Home. Hakim, join the stage. As we wait for Mr. Hakim to join us, the Makerere at 100 souvenir and gift shop is brought closer to us on this day, right next to the Stanbic Bank tent. So please pass by and grab yourself the souvenirs. Yeah, the shop is the extreme tent at the left of the Freedom Square, right after the blue tent of Stanbic Bank. So you're most welcome, and please visit the tent. Mr. Hakim, we're waiting for you.
Good afternoon. My name is Hakim Sematimba, and I'm here to give you a poem about Pan-Africanism. I'm not bringing Pan-Africanism out in a perspective that you all imagine or expect it to be. I'm bringing in Pan-Africanism from the smallest bit, or to where it should be starting from, to my own perception. My poem is going to be called Home. In the green savannah, where flowers bloom into cocoa, where wild breeds set a home, where herbs grow to heal the unhealing, where mass is sung with gratitude and unity on harvesting, where bold men of valor are going the world to hunt, where main stone rocks in deserts just keep an eye on their hearts. That's home. Tears roll down my bronze cheeks whenever past keeps on repeating itself. When women go overseas to seek wellness for their kids. When men lose a sense of humor. What do you call love without commitment? Or what do you call patriotism without responsibility? Fairness starts with you. Unity starts with the smallest unit, family. We're young, bold, ambitious, and loud. With guidance of elder and seniors, to preserve age old tradition and how to lead, we can make a better version of tomorrow. One people, one destiny. Now is the future. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was all about Pan-Africanism from Mr. Hakim. A big clap for him, please. Proceeding with our program, we're going to have speeches, very well curated speeches, full of content, full of knowledge. And these speeches are going to be brought us by our beloved professors. With all the privilege, I'd love to invite again my today's co-host, Dr. Susie. Please, help me invite our professors.
The rail, eh? Over 60. I should have been standing down here. It's a singular honor and privilege to invite Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, and in his place and representing him today, Professor Omaru Kakumba, the DVC ANA, to give us some words of wisdom. Thank you.
Many thanks to you, Program Director. You'll permit me to stand on the protocol that has been well articulated from Program Director. And my job is very, very simple, not to give speeches, but to invite our Chair Council, Makerere University Council, Mrs. Lona Magara. But before I do that, as introduced, Umaru Kakumba is my name, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, here representing the Vice Chancellor, who is very, very happy and grateful for the attendance and the participation. But also permit me, our chief guest, the Honorable Minister General Kahindo Tafire, who's representing His Excellency the President, to welcome you, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Tanzania, the Chairman Board, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere Foundation, Zei Butiku, who has given us quite exciting moments of information and history just to reminisce the greater works and the vision of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. Very grateful to the family, and I want to assure you the family of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, the representative highlighted something to do with the need for universities to feed into the communities. I want to assure you that Makerere University is celebrating 100 years. We have reconfigured our strategic direction. Universities are right, as you said, they do a lot of research, and Makerere is not short in terms of research output and also ranking on the top side of the continent. But now, the research that Makerere is earmarking, and in the next 100 years, beginning with today, is to the research that is informative, the research that is impactful, the research that can inform and present solutions, policies, technologies, services, and the training of structured programs that can inform our population and improve the community and the livelihoods of our people. That's the assurance I can give you that earmarking Makerere the next 10 years of our strategic direction to become a research-intensive university. Our chief guest, just one before I invite the chair, you are aware as a proud alumnus of Makerere University, the General Kahindo Tafire, that we have had 1 year, a series of commemorative events that were launched last year at Independence by His Excellency the President. Along the way, we've had very, very interesting commemorative events as a way of remembering the great history and the contribution of Makerere University towards human capital development, not just for Uganda, but for the region, which is part of the reason why we are recognizing some of our finest in the history of this institution, including Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, but also including many others that have made outstanding contributions to humanity and the world out there. We've had public lectures, again, delivered in memories of some of the great, because 1 year of celebration, even if you chose to each day to have a public lecture for the great of Makerere, those who have gone through the gates of Makerere, the 365 days wouldn't be enough, because we have quite an elaborate, alumni population and people who have occupied positions of stature that have made great contributions to the world, including presidents of the region. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, and our chief guest, permit me to invite our Chairperson Council, Mrs. Lona Magara, Chairperson Makerere University Council, to articulate the wider theme of today and also in a special way welcome our guests. Thank you very much, Madam Lona.
Our chief guest, Honorable Kahindo Tafire, Minister of Internal Affairs, representing His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda. Your Excellency, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Tanzania to Uganda, members of the University Council present, Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs, Professor Umar Kakumba, representing the Vice Chancellor, members of the University Management and staff present, the family of His Excellency Mwalimu Nyerere, the Chairperson and Board of Directors of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, the Board of Trustees and Board of Directors and Secretariat of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, the student community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it was such a delight for me to hear that we have 15 countries here represented. I think we need to really clap for that. You're very, very welcome to Uganda, and like my sister Nema just mentioned here, we're all one and the same. We all belong to one African continent. So welcome home to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to address this symposium commemorating the life and legacy of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, a distinguished statesman, gallant alumnus, and passionate Pan Africanist. Thank you all, particularly Your Excellencies and the Mwalimu Nyerere family, for sparing time to join us here at Makerere. Over the past few days, distinguished guests and various panelists have gathered here in this auditorium to debate, discuss, and share, or, if I may borrow from my elementary science, cross-pollinate ideas on a very pertinent subject, imagining an African future led by Africa's young population. As chairperson of the council, I'm incredibly humbled that you chose Makerere University as the venue for this symposium, especially in a year when we celebrate a century of both Makerere University and of Mwalimu Nyerere. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, right from its formation in 1922, Makerere University has been a place synonymous with facilitating individuals to achieve their full potential and by extension, agents of positive change and impactful innovation upon returning to their communities. This has been articulated by our previous speaker, who challenged us to come up with knowledge, generate knowledge that impacts community, and that's what Makerere is all about. This synonymity is best captured by the words of King George VI, whose message on the occasion of laying the foundation stone for the main building and other structures in 1938 reads, "The college will afford splendid opportunities for service advancement, especially for African men and women, of which I'm sure they will eagerly avail themselves." This is a powerful quote whose two-sided nature ably captures what true education should be. On the one end, you ought to have the institution, its structures, processes, staff, facilitators of teaching and learning, administrators, and providers of an environment conducive to undertaking all the above. On the other end, and most importantly, you ought to have the students. In Makerere's case, they are young and not so young, originating from diverse cultures and backgrounds. These must develop the ability to push back against all pressures from their new society and happenings back home, to focus on assimilating the academic content and the accompanying societal and professional codes of conduct. And I would like to add, to provide answers to societal's needs. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our gathering here today is testimony that Mwalimu Nyerere fulfilled his part as a student. He eagerly availed himself the splendid opportunities of service and advancement that Makerere afforded him, as well as the other students of his time. One of these students was Rot Anania Akera, a former roommate of Mwalimu Nyerere and a graduate of education. I would like to cite a writing in a journal by Innocent Sanga talking about Rot Akera, describing the impact that Makerere had on his students. Rot Akera, in a 2009 interview, states that he and his peers were, quote, open quote, educated for self-reliance, end quote. According to Innocent Sanga, in his article titled Education for Self-Reliance, Nyerere's Policy Recommendations in the Context of Tanzania, 2016 article, he states that the purpose of education for self-reliance was to set down education principles which would serve as a revolutionary influence in creating a new social society. Unlike most graduates then who opted to work for the colonial establishment, education for self-reliance is what drove Rot Akera into farming. He opted to drop teaching, a profession he had acquired from Makerere. In 1948, 2 years after graduation, he was awarded a trophy as the top Commonwealth tobacco farmer in Uganda. By 1949, Rot Akera was producing 30% of the country's tobacco and employing over 700 workers on his farm. May I pause here and give our guests an opportunity to move slightly in?
Makerere University is celebrating 100 years of excellent service to humanity. Over those 100 years, a lot of people have contributed greatly to making Makerere the great university that it is now, including people making sacrifices for land on which the university was built. And we are indebted to these people. Makerere has produced great statesmen, great people in all trades who have moved not just Uganda, but the entire East African and Central African region and the entire continent. We are now celebrating those achievements, and we are looking back and saying, can we leverage those successes to build even more for the future? As we celebrate 100 years, we are calling upon all our stakeholders, particularly our alumni, so that we can more meaningfully contribute to transforming our society. Please, you can follow us on our website, www.mac.ac.ug, and there are special pages there dedicated to 100 years celebrations. So I welcome all of you. I encourage all of you to participate as much as you can. Makerere University is celebrating 100 years of excellent service to humanity. Over those 100 years, a lot of people...
In 2 years of settling back into his community, he was producing 30% of the country's tobacco and employing over 700 workers on his farm. That is the education for self-reliance that was taught and continues to be taught. Unfortunately, the entrepreneurial success of Rot Akera and his generation were never about personal fulfillment. By practically engaging in farming, Rot Akera discovered that this was the best way to influence others to take up the trade actively. Using his skills as a teacher, he spurred his peers on to earning a living from farming by quoting a famous Irish saying, that where there is milk, there is money. In other words, do not be afraid to get your hands. That's where the money is. By examining history, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we see a mirror image of Rot Akera's successes in practicing education for self-reliance and in Mwalimu Nyerere's government programs and policies. Sanga shares that Mwalimu's policies of education for self-reliance recommended educational reforms relevant to society. An educated individual must serve the society. Education must be problem-solving, and education must be work-oriented. Further quoting Mwalimu Nyerere, the author writes, education has to foster the social goals of living together for the common good. It has to prepare our young people to play a dynamic and constructive part in the development of society where all people share equitably for the good of the group, which its progress is quantified in relation to human well-being, not cars, prestige, or other such things, whether privately or publicly owned. End quote. The above quote is as relevant today as it was then. Therefore, I sincerely thank the Board of Trustees, Board of Directors, and Secretariat of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center at Makerere for organizing this symposium. Once again, it challenges us to revisit the purpose for education and revisit the programs that we are offering our students in relation to the needs of society and the kind of human resource we are putting out there. I sincerely thank the organizers of Makerere at 100. I sincerely thank the teams that have set this up. Your dedication and hard work have provided a background against which this much needed conversation can be held in an academic setting where scholars and researchers will proceed to thresh out the more delicate issues. I would equally wish to thank the chairperson and the board of directors of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation for permitting this intergenerational conversations to be hosted by Makerere University, especially as we commemorate 100 years of training and mentoring human capital that has gone on to impact our societies across various spheres. We are hopeful that what has been discussed at this symposium will offer practical leadership and technical skills needed to secure a more self-reliant, continental, youth-led political and development agenda. I express my deepest gratitude to the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, whose vision and dedicated support through the presidential initiative led to the establishment of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center at Makerere University. Thank you, Your Excellency, for always recognizing Makerere's immense potential to impart academic knowledge and nurture and support centers of excellence that can ably contribute to shaping the policy agenda for Uganda and the greater East African community. I look forward to more impactful years of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center at Makerere University in the coming centuries. And as Council, we pledge our undivided support to make this dream come true. Thank you once again for coming to this function, and I would like now to take the singular honor to invite our chief guest, Honorable Kahinda Otafire, to address us. Thank you.
Chairperson of Council, Vice Chancellor, Your Excellency, Ambassador of Tanzania, or your called High Commissioners to Uganda, Muzei and my friend, Butiku, members and leadership of the Nyerere Foundation. I see Professor Kabwejere, I see Professor Kaweba, and others I don't see. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I heard some member here say that students were, young people were saying they don't understand us. Indeed, they don't understand me. Why don't they understand me? They don't understand me because we come from two countries. They are Ugandans, I'm an African. I belong to the country of Africa. I hail from the East African region of Africa and the district of Uganda of Africa. To me, Uganda is a district of a bigger country that is called Africa. Unfortunately, I'm not going to live to see that country But that's what I've lived for all my lifetime. Therefore, the fact that we don't understand each other is because in our discourse there is no contact. You emphasize a district, I emphasize a country. Now, when you get to understand our vision as Africans, not Ugandans, not Tanzanians, not Congolese, not Algerians, but as Africans, our vision for the struggle of the independence, value, and dignity of the African person, then we shall be at par. While you are looking for employment, for us we are looking for liberation of the unfinished, finishing the unfinished agenda of liberating Africa. We began in Ruwero. We didn't go to Ruwero seek for employment. We came here, took responsibility for managing Uganda. We are not employed for managing Uganda. We are using Uganda for purposes of liberating Africa. So while you look for employment, which is your legitimate demand, you should also know that some of us are engaged in finishing the business of liberating Africa. I had the opportunity to meet the late Makerere while I was doing my internationalist duty and patriotic duty, rendering service to the people of Congo. There are people who don't understand some of these concepts and think Uganda was invading Congo. No! I didn't go to invade Congo. I went to render service to my brethren people of Congo. They had a problem and I was helping. I didn't invade Congo. How can I invade Congo when I didn't create it? Who created the Congo? Was it me? Was it my grandfather? Was it my great-grandfather? If the western border of Uganda had been put in Kinshasa, where would Congo be? If the eastern border of Congo had been put in Mombasa, where would Uganda and Kenya be? Those were decisions which were made at a conference in Berlin where we were not present. So how can I invade a country I did not create, but a country inhabited by people of my ilk, blood, aspirations, and destiny? We are a rich continent, very rich. But I must blame our generation, those of us who are in charge of affairs of Africa, for not turning the resources of Africa into solace and comfort for our people. That's why they drowned in the Mediterranean, running away from resource-rich Africa to resource-exhausted Europe. The other time, the Kaweba's great-grandfathers were taken in chains. They were taken unwillingly. These days, our people are paying for going to be slaves in Europe. And yet we are here masquerading with flag independence. Excellencies, Honorable, Ugandans, Kenyans, Tanzanians, hamnarolote. I was telling you that I had the opportunity to meet the late Julius Nyerere when I was in the Congo. That's the last time I saw him alive. I found him at Arusha. Something very interesting when he was at Arusha, when Makongoro, who was MP for Arusha, came in. Now Makongoro was Nyerere was Nyerere's son, but he was a different party. He was the MP for Arusha. So mwalimu told me, said, huyo ni mbunge, huyo ni mheshimiwa, lakini sio wa kwetu. Mark this. He said that man is a member of parliament. He's an honorable member of parliament, but he's not ours. Meaning that him and I were CCM, the other one. So you can see, he was his son, but he was his ideological adversary. Nyerere and I believed in CCM. His own son believed in something else. But the heshima he accorded him, yeah, he was a member of parliament and he respected him, but he didn't believe in his ideas. And that brings me to what Nema has said. That you say Nyerere's ideas were wrong. Yes, they were wrong as far as you are concerned, because you don't understand them. You've not taken the trouble to discover what Nyerere was trying to do. When you don't understand it, you think it's wrong. Why don't you sit down, eat humble pie, find out what Nyerere was trying to do in the circumstances, then you can judge him scientifically, historically, and correctly. Mambo yake yalikuwa hafanyi. Mambo yake yalikuwa ndoto. Mambo ya Nyerere hausikuwa ndoto. They were not dreams. They were ideas. Ideas generated after careful thinking. The late Nyerere was a philosopher. He understood the world, he understood life, he understood and appreciated humanity. He never said he was not part and parcel of your dancing clubs. He never spent his time in partying, driving fast cars, and admiring Arsenal and Man U. Yeah? Where do you spend your time, young people? No employment. Arsenal, Man U. In my own house, I have a war. There are Arsenal supporters, there are Man U supporters. When there is football, I go to bed. When there is football, I go to bed because I don't want to witness the confrontation. Now, when you are busy fighting over who is winning, Arsenal, Man U, I don't know, the other one is Liverpool. What? When you are busy fighting over those clubs, some of us are worried of our exit, the possible exit without completing our African liberation agenda. It's the African liberation agenda that is a sine qua non for the prosperity, welfare, and dignity of the African people. We must turn the vast resources of Africa into solace, comfort, and welfare for our people. That's what we should be working towards. Nyerere was preaching the philosophy of kujitegemea, self-reliance. From a very early stage, he understood that nobody in this world owes us a living. We are on our own. We are on our own. Those people you run to come and help you shape up your democracy, shape up your politics. What I would say in a Luganda verb, saying that kulumbe wente te kulimbwa nsiru. When a cow has died, there is no silly dog. When a cow is crying, every dog is smiling. because they take advantage of our pain. They want us to stay where we are so that, like Mzee Butuku said, so that they remain rich and we remain poor. There is a symbiotic relationship between our poverty and their wealth. There is a symbiotic relationship between the poverty of the South and the wealth of the North. We are not wealthy because we never colonized. We are not wealthy because we never exploited anybody. But we are not wealthy because we've also not used our intellect to deny those people opportunity to keep on keeping us as sources of raw material and a market for finished industrial goods. When we are trying to do it, what happens? Demonstration on the street. We deploy tear gas, which we don't manufacture. Hired crowds and support. General chaos. Nobody wants Africa to stabilize because when it stabilizes and rediscovers itself and starts utilizing its resources, then somebody somewhere will go hungry. Now you young people work very hard to ensure that we rescue our resources. And turn them into solace and comfort for our people. If you were on the street demonstrating for that, I would join you. But you are there demonstrating because they have denied you Twitter. I don't know how many people have Ugandans have Twitter companies because they have increased the price of fuel. There is an increase of price of fuel. Commodities have gone up. You don't even know the genesis of why the commodities have gone up. You don't know the genesis of why the world economy is upside down because Russia is fighting with NATO in Ukraine. And you don't know why they are fighting. NATO and Russia are fighting in Ukraine for survival. Russia must survive and NATO must survive. Why don't you sit down and find out what is the problem? What's the exact problem? Nobody is interested in going to war to die. War, you resort to war as a last resort. When everything else has failed, then you go to war. The war need not be justified and legitimate. No. There are unjust wars and just wars. When you are fighting for freedom, for self-actualization, for liberation, for dignity, that's a justified war. When you are fighting for domination, for exploitation, you may be strong, but that's an unjust war, and that's an enduring war which will never end. So the war of contradiction between the exploiter and the exploited, in our terms, will not end. And that's what the late Julius Nyerere and others like him were struggling for. That's why you don't understand them. That's why you think their policies were wrong. Nyerere's policies were not wrong. You are the ones who are wrong. You are wrong because you don't take the trouble to conceptualize what the late Nyerere, in his time, under the circumstances, was struggling to achieve. Uhuru, umoja, na kujitegemea. Independence, unity, and self-reliance. That's what the late Nyerere was struggling for. And that's why we honor him as probably the greatest African and black person that has ever lived. That's why some of us, he's an inspiration. That's why some of us owe him a debt. Our debt is to fulfill, actualize what he lived for, struggled for all his lifetime, and left unfinished. It's our responsibility to finish what he started. When we don't finish it, we should hand over the baton to you to finish it. But how can we hand it over to you when you are busy supporting Manu and Manu and buying holy rice and holy rice and what else do they say in the church? Holy water, holy rice. Yeah? You can imagine. What is that? Are we going to liberate this country? Are we going to liberate our mankind with holy rice and holy water? Do you believe that? That we shall pray and Africa will be free? No. We have to die a little. We have to bleed a little, like Nyerere said, for us to be free. We must have a discussion about how to improve the quality of life of our people on the continent. We have to have a discussion about stopping being Ugandans and becoming Africans. I am an African from the eastern province of Africa, the district of the Ugandan, the African district of Uganda, who happens to be born in a village called Bushenyi. When we start thinking like that, when we start thinking as Africans, when we start thinking as people who deserve a place in the sun, dignity, then we know where we are going. Our problem is misdiagnosis of our disease. We've not been able to clearly diagnose our disease. Those who have diagnosed it have been silent and mum about it. I didn't choose Mzee Butiku. There is somebody I want to choose. Mzee Butiku. You know, he was choosing no fighting Idi Amin. He was giving us the money. Without Mzee Butiku, Musasani would not have come this far. You must have proud Mzee Butiku. He was the one taking care of us when we were fighting against Idi Amin. And you know, our detractors, what our detractors were telling us? The General Idi Amin may be short on grey matter, but he's a genial giant. Short on grey matter, and he's the one running our country. Why don't you take him and he goes and runs your country? That we should accept Idi Amin, although he's short on grey matter, mean stupid. That you should accept this stupid man to take you along and shape your destiny. That was an insult, you know. Accept this stupid man to shape your destiny because you're equally stupid. That's what it was. I mean, oh yeah. At one time I asked myself, I said, God, are you the one who you created me? Do you create these others also? You, God, who created me, are you the one who made these ones who hate me as a savior? Are you the one who created them? Then why, if you created, why did you cheat them? So, young people, Africans, we must struggle very hard to ensure that we finish the unfinished business of African liberation. Political liberation, even political liberation, I'm not very sure. Yes, we may have flag independence, but are we independent? That independence can only be achieved when we have economic independence, when we operate at par with others in the world. We don't have to invent the wheel. All we have to do is to know what we want. then we can use knowledge that is abundant in the world. Now there are computers. There is knowledge everywhere. All we have to do is harness that knowledge and deploy it to our advantage. Decrease, reduce our dependency on other people. Stop being producers of raw material and in a market for finished industrial goods. And we can only do that when we unite. Tanzania cannot go to the moon on its own. Congo can't go to the moon on its own. Uganda can't go to the moon on its own. Kenya can't go to the moon on its own. But us combined can reach the moon. When we all contribute to a moon research program, we shall achieve it. When we all contribute towards developing nuclear capacity, we shall succeed. Why do you think these people have nuclear capacity when they can't deploy it? It's because they are moved from balance of power to balance of terror. Who are you if you can't balance that terror? You Africans get angry, but you have no way of expressing your anger. You get angry, you are not happy, but you have no way to express your anger because you are incapable of expressing your anger because you are not part of the terror club. You are not part of the terror club because you are Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, with flags and independence and excellencies and so forth, but you are incapable of terrorizing the rest of the world into submission or into agreeing with you. Into agreeing with you. Why? You've had this poor man, President Zelensky, asking for sky support. And everybody says, not me. Everybody, as for that one, not me. Why? Why does NATO want to support Zelensky to attack Russia? Because they know the possible consequences. What they are not doing to Russia is what they did to Gaddafi. What they are afraid of doing to Russia is what they did to Gaddafi with impunity. And we're all here watching. The West is liberating Libya. The West is liberating Libya. Where is the liberated Libya? Gaddafi may not have been good, but Libya was there as a country. Gaddafi is gone, so is Libya. As of now, we don't know who is in charge of Libya. As of now, we don't know where the resources of Libya are going. As of now, we don't know the fate of the Libyan people. And there is no way Africa can say we are okay. Because I'm wearing a nice shirt and nice trousers, when my last toe is hurting, which you don't see, the body is not okay. For as long as Libya weeps, the rest of Africa cannot be okay. And it's not only Libya. Look at Somalia. Look at Central Africa. Look at... Have you asked yourselves why wherever there is a problem, the late Professor Mazrui was teaching us this, and he was referring to the conflict between Somalia and Kenya. And he said, do you know what these Somalis and the Kenyans are fighting for? We said no. He said it's a piece of desert. It's a piece of desert. And he said, you know why? He said, wherever there is a desert and there are Arabs, there must be oil. So there is a desert, there are Arabs, there must be oil. I don't know what there is, what they were fighting for, but I don't know. I've not read the geological report, but it looks like He was not wrong. You look across the continent. Tell me where they have peace where and they are only producing bananas. You tell me. Wait for your turn here. I'm telling you. That's why we as African people must prepare for these eventualities. You know, avoid what divides us, emphasize what unites us. When a lion finds two impala bulls fighting for mating rights, what does the lion do? Interfere? No. It just waits for the end of the fight to have its dinner. Because, yes, because they end the fight by one impala, one bull injuring its opponent. So what the lion does is after the fight, it goes for the winner. Because the winner has exhausted itself fighting, it has no capacity to run away. So it kills the winner and then comes for the injured. Because this one is injured, it can't go away, and the lion has a nice dinner at no cost to itself. That's what is happening to us Africans. We spend all our resources, energy, thoughts, and beliefs fighting among ourselves, while our detractors are just there seated watching and cheering. At the end of the day, we make a very good dinner. With those few words, let me read. Now I've stopped being Otafira, I've become representative of His Excellency the President. Let me read the message from the President. He gave me to come and pass on to you. Chairperson Makerere University Council and members of Council, Vice Chancellor, the family of His Excellency Mwalimu Nyerere, Chairperson, Board and Directors of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, Board of Trustees and Directors, Secretariat, Excellencies and High Commissioners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I salute Makerere University upon commemorating 100 years of existence since 1922, the same year Mwalimu Nyerere was born. I also commend the university upon celebrating this gallant son of Africa and the United Republic of Tanzania. On the very day he passed away, the ideals Mwalimu Nyerere inspired and shaped, his ideals inspired and shaped many patriotic revolutionaries that led to the independence of African nations, especially the East and Southern Africa. Together with Kwame Nkrumah, they formed the beacons of Pan Africanism that many young and budding leaders looked up to and aspired to emulate. The Baganda say, Kamu Kamu Gwe Muganda, which means when translated into English, one by one makes a bundle. This proverb recognizes that small coalescing efforts can and will eventually lead to the attainment of large collective aspirations. Pan-Africanism at its core is about creating a sense of unity, of brotherhood, and recognizing that the true strength is forged through collaboration. Mwalimu Nyerere recognized this and set out to achieve this through his Ujamaa pro-socialist movement. Mwalimu Nyerere was quoted as to have said, "Unity will not make us rich, but can make it difficult for Africa and African peoples to be disregarded and humiliated." Let me repeat this. Unity will not make us rich, but can make it difficult for Africa and African peoples to be disregarded and humiliated. Reflecting on the importance of unity as reflected in this quote, we may wish to remember that the disunity of our African people led to the whole continent, apart from Ethiopia, being colonized by 1900. The fragmentation based on our different kingdoms, tribes, clans, meant that we could not put up a formidable force to stand against the advancing colonial armies. We must learn from these shortcomings of fragmentation to resolve to do better. Last week, while presiding over Makerere at 100 grand finale event, I shared with them that I did not put Makerere as my choice while filling out my university entry forms. My first, second, and third choices were all placed at the University of Dar es Salaam. Why? I wanted to be close to Mwalimu Nyerere, where I could learn about his ideals of Pan-Africanism and African socialism. I would later become a very active student leader, leading the University Students' African Revolutionary Front. My time at the University of Dar es Salaam was right after Pan-Africanists had come together to form the Organization of African Unity in 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The aspirations of OU founding fathers were to rid Africa of lingering pockets of colonialism and apartheid powers, promote unity and solidarity, coordinate and intensify cooperation and efforts to achieve better livelihoods, defend sovereignty, territorial integrity and independence, eradicate all forms of colonialism, and promote international cooperation. Straight away I could see that these objectives were deeply rooted in the ideas of Pan-Africanism, which helped me as a young leader then to renew my commitment to the actual function of Pan-Africanism. What became apparent at this point was the centrality of the issue of leadership, especially servant leadership, as a vehicle to advance the cause of Pan-Africanism and carry it forward to all African nations, generations, especially you, the grandchildren. It's on this basis that we founded the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center at Makerere as a presidential initiative to establish a platform where young people could learn from the elders. Our expectation then was that the center could help in imparting ideals necessary for leadership, skills, and ideas of Pan-Africanism to young people. The center is a good illustration of the African concept of a choto. A choto is a fireplace where elders sat in the evening and orally passed on history, wisdom to the grandchildren. The choto therefore occupied a central place as a think tank where policies were debated and strategies for future implementation laid in view of lessons that history had provided. Once again, I am happy that Makerere has provided a platform to debate the idea of Pan-Africanism in today's setting. Our population now stands at 46 million, with 55% of these below the age of 18. What do these grandchildren think of Pan-Africanism? Do they know what it is? And if they do, what are their thoughts and how can we take Pan-Africanism forward? These are very key questions that deserve to be answered at the nearest opportune time. Finally, I'm happy that our presidential initiative, through the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, is already starting to create a platform where elders and the grandchildren can come together and talk about principles espoused by Pan-Africanism right from its inception to its present-day state. It's our sincere hope and expectation that the youth will be able to learn from the elders, and the elders will be inspired by the contemporary ideas of the young ones, so that together we can revitalize and lay strategies of advancement of the Pan-Africanism in the 21st century. I thank you. That's the message from His Excellency the President. And my final say is either we hang together and survive, or we hang separately, no, and perish. United we stand, divided we fall. We have one struggle on many fronts. Rather we die on our feet fighting than live on our knees begging. I thank you.
That wasn't enough for such a powerful speech. Please, can we give a big round of applause for our guest of honor? Feels good to be an old man, I guess. So, are we exhausted? We enjoyed, right? We learned. We gained something, I believe. I hope some of the young people here, if not all of the young people, have picked their right mentors from here, role models, teachers, isn't it? Before I invite Dr. Susie Nansozi Mwanga, the Executive Director of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, I would love to extend my sincere gratitude to all the participants who have been with us here for the 2 days, I mean yesterday and today, celebrating the legacy of the late Mwalimu. He would have been the happiest man if he could be here. So can you please clap for yourself for your active participation, for your patience, and all the inputs you have had to this event. There is no denial that this would have been a success if it weren't for you guys. So we love to appreciate every one of you for making it to this event. And I'll try to be a little bit biased for appreciating our lovely and beloved Kasana event for the most beautiful decor and the most pleasing aesthetics they have brought us throughout the event. You all have been complimenting about this area, but nobody is clapping. What is not happening? That is not enough for Kasana event. Any representative from Kasana event, please, in case you want some decors. Okay, this is not a paid ad. So just to round up what the chief guest has said, we have to die a little to be free as Africans. Young people, we're here. We have to die? No. I can see a lot of young people and nobody is responding. We have to die? For what? So nobody was listening. Oh God. We have to die a little for us to be free. We as Africans, we as young people, there is no Messiah who is going to save us. For us to get the Africa that we want, we need to put in the work and make the efforts to where we want to get in. So right now, without wasting any moment, I would love to invite Dr. Nansozi Mwanga, the Executive Director of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center. A big round of applause as she joins the podium, please. Welcome, Doctor.
I've just been told that there might be a breach of protocol. The President has spoken, so I shouldn't be making a speech, but I will deliver the communique from this symposium. Your Excellency, again, the High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellent Honorable Kahinda Otafire, representing the President, all protocols observed. The communique goes as follows. At the invitation of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, Makerere University, and Uganda Management Institute as the co-conveners, key partners in the Pan-African movement, Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation in Dar es Salaam, African Peer Review Mechanism, academia, diplomatic corps, members of parliament, ministers, student communities, media houses, representatives of private sector, and participated for the last 2 days in celebrating Makerere and Mwalimu Nyerere at 100. Now, the symposium theme, Imagining Together an African Future Led by Africa's Youth, was organized by the Center and Makerere University and Uganda Management Institute. I'm sorry. Sign of age, I guess. That young people have to come and dress you up properly when you're in front of people. But that being said, basically that members of parliament and diplomatic corps who were represented here, as well as students from no less than 16 countries who participated, means that the symposium had an outreach in terms of its participation. In their presentations, the panelists discussed the current state of Pan-Africanism in Africa, reflecting on the disappointing outcomes in Haiti, Liberia, Ghana, and even South Africa. They discussed the legacy of colonialism, highlighted the future aspiration of African Renaissance. They reflected on whether or not Africa is actually rising, and what was needed in terms of an enabling environment to promote the kind of cross-generational conversations on Pan-Africanism like the ones that we have had over the last 2 days. Some members of and representatives of youth shared their bold ideas, and some of those bold ideas reflected on what the person, Mwalimu, would have thought, not only about the progress that's so far been made, but also about the challenges that remain. Recognizing the progress made in the journey of, towards Mwalimu's aspirations of nation building, thought building, and development of society, where all people share equally. Participants, and especially panelists, were keen to highlight the issues that are required, the issues that provide the kind of enabling environment required to build a strong Pan-African movement and recognized unit. They recognize that there's a need for strong political will and an enabling environment. They also recognize that there's a need to continue discussions across generations of elders and youth to ensure that the history, knowledge, experience are passed on from one generation to the next. We recognized, we were asked to recognize that not only is history important to where we are today, but also in helping us to develop an understanding of where we need to be tomorrow. The third thing that was brought out by the panelists was the question of sovereignty. And this question needs to be answered. Africa has a relationship with dependency despite its immense wealth, and therefore it is obvious that it cannot claim to be independent when it continues to rely on external funding from the global north. The fourth issue that was brought out by the panelists is that more action is needed to complete the cycle between the brain, ideas and vision, the mouth, articulation of ideas, and hands in terms of implementation of ideas, interventions, and actions. In other words, the panelists, the presenters, all urged us, as we are here today, to start doing. In pursuit of purposeful response, the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, in partnership with Makerere University, Uganda Management Institute, and the Nyerere Foundation in Dar es Salaam, will continue to work on ideas and strategic partnerships, not only with government, academia, and so on and so forth, in order to work towards the realization of the African liberation agenda for the prosperity and welfare of the African people. That is the end of the communique, and that is what I read from our participation yesterday. Despite possibilities of in breaching protocol, I would like to thank you all for 2 days. Yesterday, I think we left at about 8 o'clock. But 2 days of intense conversations, 2 days of probing questions, 2 days of people being dedicated to having a beginning of a conversation that no doubt will continue over time. We want to continue to, first of all, thank all our partners, but I would like to start with Makerere University, represented here by the chair of the board, Mrs. Rona Magala. I would like to continue to for being here and for staying the course. I see some of you from yesterday. I'm not sure whether you changed your clothes or not. Seems like we all stayed here the whole night. Thank you very much, Esteri, Proskovia, Professor Kire, Professor Sally, and the chair, of course, Dr. Kasozi. Thank you all very much, and I hope you have a lovely trip back home, those who are leaving us, and others have a lovely lunch. Thank you.
Makerere for the very beautiful poem he has prepared for us as a tribute to Mwalimu. A big clap for him as he joins the podium.
What an opportunity to say the following about Mwalimu, so that the young and the old know yesterday that has a today sense and a visible tomorrowness. Mwalimu Nyerere, a message to the old, to the young, and to the yet to be born. He fell in love with honesty, integrity, justice, goodwill, and success. He lived in the joyous expectancy of the best and invariably the best cause. Let me repeat this. He fell in love with honesty and integrity, justice, goodwill, and success. He lived in the joyous expectancy of the best, and invariably the best he became. And that's why he's being considered to be a saint. And that's why we have this opportunity to have an institution here. And we are trying, as the foundation, to build another institution on the continental level. Thank you, Mwalimu Nyerere. Thank you, God. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Lord.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kabwejere, for a wonderful poem. Since everything has been ended by Dr. Nansozi, it's my honor and pleasant duty for me to leave this podium. But before I do so, we have the choir that will lead us on the national anthem. I hope you all are set. I humbly request we all rise for the national anthem.
Makerere, Makerere, we build for the future, the great Makerere. Great and mighty the walls around thee, great and mighty the gates
the minister is leaving. Can we stand still?
"100 years ago, men and women who were less advantaged than us today started this great institution. They have built it through the years to make it the great institution that it is, to produce the great men and women that have moved our country, our region, the whole continent, and even beyond. They are the ones responsible for making us who we are. We should also make a commitment that if they did what they did, what can we do so that 100 years later, people can also say, yes, 100 years ago, some people made Makerere even a greater institution, and it is what has made us what we are. So this is an opportunity for all of us to make that contribution. It is important for transforming our country, for making sure that our children, great-grandchildren will live a life better than what we have lived. You will be investing in your future. Organize small meetings wherever you are, Makererians wherever you are around the world, and commemorate your days at Makerere University. That is also important because all those activities help in building the spirit of Makerere University. So please, I call upon all of you to join us to celebrate this as we contribute to making the university even greater. Please, you can follow us on our website, www.mac.ac.ug, and there are special pages there dedicated to 100 years celebration.